Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Cracking the Cryptic. We're doing the free sample puzzles that are way too hard. Last time we did twisting arrows, and honestly, I don't think I ever really figured out what the solution there was with the twisting arrows and how to actually solve an arrow Sudoku puzzle that is that complicated. It is kind of interesting here that when you look at this, it has like a plus sign appearance to it, but when you actually jump into it, it is actually just two arrows pointing. So there is weirdly two images. It's not just a shrunk down image that's exactly the scale. But yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say about that. Now, we've done killer Sudokus before, and we've done parody Sudokus, although maybe we haven't done parody Sudokus. Maybe we've only done killer and crop key Sudokus. So let's look at the rules here. Classic rules still apply in Sudoku. I'd kind of like to do one puzzle where the classic rules don't apply. There must be a 1 through 9 exactly once in every column, row, and box. Killer Sudokus mean the cells in each cage, these numbers here, well, not all those boxes, but these boxes here must add up to 23. In total, everything is going to add up to 45 in the box, just because 1 through 9 added together equals 45, so you can subtract 23 from 45 if you happen to, if that happens to be helpful. Okay. Partial parity crop key must be a new variant on crop key. Cells separated by a black diamond, we haven't seen black diamonds, must have the same even odd parity, both even or both odd. Cells with white diamonds must have different even odd parities. Not all diamonds are given. Okay. So, crop key up until this point as a variant has been, we have seen black dots with one side of the black dot needs to be double or half the number on the other side of the black dot, and white dots where the number has to be plus or minus 1 away from the other number on the black dot. So it's kind of weird that they're using crop key as the term here, because it seems like they really are just, by introducing completely different rules, they should just call it something different instead of parody crop key. You're not really making a variant of what we've seen of crop key before in this case. One of the things I wanted to do here is I have teased the idea of just starting a Sudoku puzzle with all the number possibilities marked in, and then it can be a fully deductive pattern going forward, and that we just remove possibilities after the fact. And so this puzzle looks well enough that we can start with that. It is a mess, certainly. It visually definitely is a mess. To do it that way, but I'm gonna try it this one time and probably then just admit that it doesn't make any sense to do things that way, because it's just distracting now. There's just so many numbers that you can possibly see. I'm gonna need the combinations pretty quickly here. In a 2-pair combination, to get to 9, you're not going to use a 5. So we can remove the 5 from that. You're also not going to use a 9, obviously. But you could use a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, or 8. Then, let's see. The biggest number we were to try and calculate for the sum of, let's see, let's select these spots here. You have a killer here that's 28. We probably can't do anything with that. But, I mean, we could click on it, but we'll do that in a second. But what we can guesstimate is that if you have 3 digits and you're trying to get to the number, what would be 45 minus 28, which would be 17. And probably leaves too many combinations. 179, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, 8, and 9 are all possibilities. So that didn't help me. I thought maybe it would help me, but no such luck. This 7 is a 1, 2, 4. So we can then take out every other number as a possibility there, which that helps. This one I don't think helps us any. This one I don't think helps us any. If it does help me any, it would help this spot too. I don't think it's a case per se of any number really being that helpful. If it's really big, there's just going to be a lot of combinations. So it does seem like in killer puzzles, the best move is to focus on the smaller groupings, the 2-pair digits. And my visuals are just completely messed up here already. Yeah, to the point where I kind of don't feel like I should go any further on this, and I should just reset the puzzle and put a 1, 2, 4 here. Let's see. Yeah. It doesn't memorize my settings as it was before, but 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Even there, that doesn't make sense. It would be just easier to mark no 5 in that spot. And then, is this really an 11? No 5 in that spot. No. No 1 in that spot. Yeah, visually this is just way easier to see though. And I see where these crop key dots here and here and here and here are all going to interconnect into other killer puzzles to give you more information, so you can solve a puzzle that has no information here. What are the rules again on this? Black diamond must have the same even odd parity, so both of these must be even, and yeah. In that, I think there's a smart move, and it's going to be visually annoying, but I think the move is to find every black dot pair, even though it's already being depicted here. Just highlight every black dot as, say, I think maybe grays might be okay. And then find every white dot pair and mark every white dot pair with, I guess we'll go with a lighter gray possibility. That keeps the visuals somewhat black and white still, so you're not getting too colorful. If the sum of two numbers here have to be different as far as even and odds here, as far as this puzzle, we may have a solution in that. I guess the question though is, what is the number 1? Is 1 considered even or odd or both? Yeah, until we get to that question, like most people would consider 1 to be an odd number because they would say even is divisible by 2. But there is other mathematical definitions that would say 1 is neither even and odd, or is both even and odd. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've had a bit of a false start here, so I'm going to have to take a break just immediately here. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I guess it's an interesting question. Is it better to take a break early into a puzzle when you've only spent like 10 minutes in it since I reset at 6-minute mark? Or is it better to take a break in the middle? Or is it probably better not to take a break at all? Anyways, what I was thinking about was here, if you must have 3 options, doesn't that inherently mean that every combination is likely still to be valuable? Like, even if we don't worry about the evens and odds things, unless we're going to assume that 1 is odd, which let's take that assumption and say 1 is odd, then this combination won't work in that case. And then let's see, would any of the other options, 3, 5, 7 wouldn't work either. We need something to be even, two evens, 1 odd, or 1 even, 2 odds. So if we had something that was a combination of 2, 4, 6, that would be helpful. So that potentially eliminates, I think, just those options. 3, 5, 7 that's totally odd, and 1, 5, 9 that's totally odd. Let's go ahead and assume the same is true for that. Is there another bit of information we can gather from this as far as different killer Sudoku things? We have here a 3 combination in which we know 2 have to be either even or odd, so I guess that means this situation is just about the same, except for the sum is different. So if we had, no, this doesn't tell me anything really. It won't tell me anything until I have a number here to know if this is even and odd, because then I could eliminate possible combinations, because these 2 could be even and this could be odd, or these 2 could be odd and this could be even. Yeah, so that doesn't help me any. And I don't think this parity crop key, if you had multiple digits, partial parity, so it's not all diamonds are given, if you had like multiple multiple sides, that would really mean anything unless it was in the center of the box and then there was a dot on each side. And even that may not really mean anything, because that would just be like 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 in that plus shape. I don't think 2, 4, 6, 8 would work, because then the next even would be 10. So yeah, if you had 4 black diamonds in each corner in the center spot, you would know then of those 5 spots they are all odd numbers, but you would have to have that many touching before you can make that deduction on its own. Maybe you can make the deduction later. We could possibly consider, let's see, the possibilities here. But no, I don't think you can figure something out like 3 odds here makes sense, but 3 or 2 odds make sense with 1 even, but 1 odd and 2 evens doesn't make sense. This 16 is the same basically as this 16, and any number is possible, but 2 numbers must match. Combined sum is 32, 13 less than 45. Oh, it even does the math for you. Interesting. That's not really what I was looking for, though. We were looking for sums of 16 with 3 digits. When 2 of the digits have to be the same. Yeah. The only thing that you could eliminate is if all 3 digits were even, or all 3 digits were odd. So 268 is a possibility. Looks like it is. It can't be 268. And certainly it could. This could be 2, this could be 6, this could be 8. And these 2 would then still be satisfied. So we can't get any information from that at all. It does seem like the 45 trick is required in this. That there's just no possible way to get around that. Seven can only be made with a 1, 2, 4, and that's the only real progress we've made so far. So if we took the sum of 7 and we subtracted, let's see, yeah, how did I get that calculator to calculate for me? Doesn't seem like it wants to now. Okay, so we'll just do this manually. These 2 boxes, we're going to treat that like it's a killer. And so with 2 digits, how do we reach 15? Well, hoping there's only a couple options here. Ideally, it would have been nice if it was only 1 option. And I think that's right. because this 7 is all in this box, and it adds to this 23 that's all in this box, and it then effectively just creates a 6-9 pair or a 7-8 pair. Okay. Which does reduce the possibilities. And between that, I wonder if this doesn't then leave me with very few possible combinations. Let's do this differently though. I'm gonna put a 6-9 up here and then leave the 7-8 down here, so we know that those are the only two combinations, and that it couldn't just be like a 6-8 or a 7-6. Okay. So then back to the square. Even and odds as hints, I don't feel like are as good as the regular crop keys where the white dot would be 1 digit away. 1 digit is more limiting, I think. We can, in this combination, just eliminate anything that has 1, 2, or 4 in it. And yeah, that does bring us down to only 2 options, right? It's either 3, 5, 6, 9, or 3, 5, 78, which plays in parity with this 6, 9, and 7, 8. Not sure I quite understand how they go further with that. 3, 5, 6, 9 as possibilities. And 7, 8 as a possibility. Yeah, I need to add 7, 8, 2 as a possibility. Sorry, I went quiet there as I'm thinking. Okay. That reduces a lot of options. It still has a decent amount of options. If this is 1, then this would have to be a 2, so or yeah, it would have to be an even number. So if I could eliminate the 8 on this and the 6 on this, we know this isn't 1. 7 is odd, 9 is odd, 6 and 8 are even. So if this is an even number, then this will be an even number. If this is an odd number, then this will be an even number. In both combinations you have, let's see, well in this combination you have only 1 even number, don't you? And in this combination you have only 1 even number. Okay, so if it's even and then 3 odds, as crazy as it may sound, that means this has got to be 7, 9. Or 7 or 9. It can't be 6 or 8. Yeah. Let's see if we can just highlight how this all would go. We need 3 odd numbers. So we're going to just select green is odd. Yeah. Kermit's odd. As a mental thought there. And then that means we will say orange is even, which makes that even. And then these two are even, which certainly it feels like there should be a symbol here for even and odd instead of just highlighting things with colors. Okay. This even number is either 6 or 8. If this is 6, then this can't. Well, actually, I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? I need to look over here. This odd has more options, unfortunately, so it could be 3 or 5, and then this could be 7 or 9. These two are paired, I'm pretty sure. So now we're adding a third color to these two. And then get rid of the 6 and get rid of the 8. It's either 9 or 8 now. 9 or 7. And then here we have to get rid of the 9 and get rid of the 7. So this is either 6 or 8. Which I think the circular logic is then going to bring us back to this. If this is 8, then this would also have to be 8. And that wouldn't work. And then if this was 6, then this also would have to be 6, and that wouldn't work. So the whole thing just doesn't work. Now I'm backwards on what I marked as even and odd, I think. This is actually a case where this has to be 6 or 8, and then these two are a pair on 6 or 8. This is actually even. This is actually odd. 6 and 8 in that combination here. Or am I making a mistake here? And if I eliminated the wrong combinations, 6 and 8, 6 and 8, 6 and 8 were not a combination though, it was 9 and 7. We were trying to get to 15 between the pair. Here. So this should be 7 and 8 to get to 15. And then that would make this an even number. Or 9 and 16 and 9 and 6, which would then make this an even number. So the combinations must be wrong. Let's just reset everything and start over. Do this logic again. We know it doesn't have 1, 2, or 4 in the number. Unless we are totally wrong about this being only possibly 1, 2, and 4. Which the calculator is just telling me that. So, how, pray tell, of the two possible combinations, are we supposed to get a odd number on one side and an even number on the other side? My assumption here, and I think it's a pretty good assumption, is that you're not going to have one of the odd numbers like here and one of the odd numbers here. But that might be the case, is that maybe both of those are odd. And then we would have to maybe solve a little bit further to figure out if this one was the even or the odd number. An odd number here could be 9. And then an odd number here would require 6. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's cheat potentially a little bit here and just put in the answer. I think this is 9. I think this is 9. I am wrong. Okay. There's probably a logical reason why that wouldn't work. If there was a 9 here, then there would have to be an even number here. And there would have to be an odd number here, which would make this an odd number. Which 6 wouldn't work. So, we know this isn't 9. Maybe it's 7 and 8. If 7 was here, then an odd number would have to be here. An odd number would have to be here. It is 7. And that makes that 9. I mean, no, it makes that 8. And we've got some highlighting we can get rid of, I think, fairly quickly here. Try and make this easier. So I was wrong about marking these as even numbers. Also, regardless, that is also 6. Nope. No, that wouldn't be 6. I put in all the wrong information. It has to be either 3, 5 or 7 or 9. 3, 5, 7 or 9. It can't be 7 because we already have a 7 there. Can't be 6 because it's got a parity with that. Let's go ahead and get rid of some other markings. This one can't be 6 either because it's got to be an odd number. And then 6 can be, I think at the moment at least, can be either one of those numbers. And in that we don't know if that is even or odd. And if anything, I think it's just also highlighting that, just like filling in all the numbers, even trying to go with a more subtle gray appearance on this isn't going to be super helpful. If one of these killer boxes was in this row with 2 spots, then we probably could figure out the right combination on this killer box. But instead of doing that, what we could do is we could select this and see that that is 6 digits trying to reach 30. 30 minus the 15 here would equal 45. And then that doesn't tell me enough information, does it? I was thinking maybe I could eliminate everything with an 8 or a 7 in it, but actually if I was to do that, that would be every combination. Yeah. So we don't have enough information for that. We could try a different approach by looking at this puzzle and seeing that if any of these puzzles required both 1 and 2, they couldn't be in the puzzle. Or 2 and 4, they can't both be in the puzzle. Or 1 and 4, they can't be in the puzzle. That may only eliminate one possibility, because the 1, 2, 4 here guarantees that 2 and 4 or 1 and 2 or 1 and 4 can't be in these puzzles. This eliminates, I guess, 2 and 4, which gets us down to a 3, 8 and a 5, 6 as a possibility. This eliminates 1 and 2 and 4, which now we know these are 3, 6. Okay. That gets us closer. I don't know if it gets us close enough. Where's this box end? It's here and all the way here. And weirdly, you could have like a duplicate digit, and I'm not sure they're accounting for that. Could you have like a 1 and 1 and then a 4 and 8 and a 9? Or is it the case that the rules that say killer, the cells must sum up to the number in the top left corner and numbers cannot be repeated inside a cage? Ah, so there is more of a rule to it than that. So you can't have duplicated digits. Which means if a number has both 3 and 6 in it, it's out. That may not be too many options. But it gets rid of a few. I don't think we can do anything with that. I don't think we can do anything with this. So I guess the question is, what's the next possible step? It's almost anything, weirdly. Because there's still just so many options. Yeah, we haven't really narrowed it down at all. We can see in this case that we're looking for something that has at least 2 evens or at least 2 odds. See 1 3 1 3. See 2 4 2 4. 1 3 1 3 2 4. I also see 3 5. That seems like that makes every possibility correct. What we could do, however, is see if we can figure out what the possible combinations here are. Maybe that'll help by making a triplicate. If we have 3 digits and we're looking for 17, let's see. Seems like you have a lot of possibilities, and I don't think anything here absolutely couldn't be included, because this could be the 1 and then this would just have to be an odd number, and then the other 2 could be even or odd numbers. This could be a 2 and then this would have to be an even number, and these could be even or odd numbers. So that doesn't work. What is the secret? I think I'm gonna have to use a hint extremely early in this game, because basic Sudoku isn't gonna help me. Yeah, we barely marked anything or filled out anything. Let's see if a smart hint can help. Nope, it can't. So we are gonna just have to take a written hint. It's, again, probably a visual mess, and that's, I imagine, part of the problem here, is that by graying out all these pairs, I've just added actual visuals, which, yeah, let's just fix that. Everybody gets selected. add a highlight, add a highlight, remove a highlight, remove a highlight. There we go. That's just a little bit easier to read. A big part about this is the killer borders. It just kind of needs to be more of a zigzag on the sides, wider. Of course, I'm also looking at the TV from like 8 feet away, so if this was right in front of my face, it probably would be easier to read. This group of 3s summoning up to 2s for the 12. This would be the next biggest number. We started with basically 7, and then we went to 9, and then we've looked at 11, which you know is either 3, 8, or 5, 6, which we should probably mark. 3, 8, 5, 6. And I think at this point we don't need that. Really don't like the inconsistency where the killer box number bumps the other number and this doesn't bump together. Right, so either 3, 8, or 5, 6 there. And then the options here, the 3-digit is it could be anything at all. If this turned out to be 3, then this wouldn't be 3, but this could be 8, and then that could be 3. If we can eliminate the 5, 6, not 5, 8. It'd also be helpful if I put in the right information. That would be helpful. So if one of these is 6, then the other is 5, so one way or the other, you know something. Two numbers have to be either even, and then the third odd, or vice versa. Two numbers have to be odd and the third even, so 2, 4, 6, all being even is out. But nope, it isn't out because this it could be 2, 4, and then 6. Yeah, we have no idea on that aspect. We would have no idea on that aspect, and no idea on that aspect. Maybe the bigger numbers are the better numbers. This could be 8 and 7 to mirror this. I don't know if it actually has to be that, though. We'd probably have to figure out what these numbers are going to be first. Basically having a dot here and a dot here means nothing, at least to start with. This could be 3 or 5, which could make this a even number, and then this an odd number, and then this could be even or odd. Or it could be 8 or 6 to make this an odd number, and that could be an even number, and then that could be an even or odd number. So maybe it's more of a thing where you look at the biggest number here and see if we can get a combination on that. If we had 5 spots, these 3 and these 5, as the number of digits. And we are trying to get what is 45 minus 22, which would be not 13. Let's see, 23. 23 with 4 digits. Seems like every single possible number. But then you have 22 with 4 digits, which is every single possible number. But whatever digits would be in the 22 would eliminate the digits in the other point. But I hope that that's not your end, and that you just have to compare every single one of these combinations to every single one of these combinations and find the pair of those two sequences or combinations that complement each other. That would be way above my head. My poor addled brain at this point. Yeah. Honestly, it's going to be a struggle just to make it to the end of doing the demo puzzles here. And then if I was to continue to do Sudoku, I kind of feel like I would want to do like one a month. And I don't know how you make a series doing that, or maybe one a week at most. It would be extra time and extra commitment if I was making content in that way, because then I just feel the need to continue to make my usual pre-record content from Monday through Friday on top of it. Okay. Can you calculate anything more from the idea of this 25 and this 14? No, because I think you run into too many possible combinations there. If I could just add a killer box here to a killer box here, then that might tell me what these are. Let's see. I could try every possible combination for every single number. If I knew what that was supposed to add up to. If it was supposed to add up to 3, then we'd know that's 1, 2. If it was supposed to add up to 4, we would know it's 1, 3. If it was supposed to add up to 5, then we'd know it's 1, 4, or 2, 3. If it was supposed to add up to 6, it'd be 1, 5, and 2, 4. If it's supposed to add up to 7, 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4, 8 gives you 3 more combinations, and 9 gives you 4 combinations. So if we could get that far, and I suppose you can't overcharge this either, like in a sense that you can't say select all of these and then say that there's a 90, because you can only go up to 45. And so then ask for what would be 18 digits combination to get to 90. They're just not going to help you with that at all. And 9 digits actually can only equal 45. Which we already knew that, and we were already doing that math. So I don't think I can go any further. Still no smart hint. Let's start here. Importantly, you can always determine the total parity of two cells joined by diamonds. This enables parity to be resolved in row 2, column 2 and 8, and then row 5 and column 1 and 9, and row 8, column 2, 3, and 7 and 8. Okay, I think I see maybe what they're saying here. You can always determine the total parity of two joined cells, of two cells joined by diamonds. Okay. I think part of my problem here is that, and as stupid as it may be, I may need to just colorize and highlight some of these backgrounds of some of these killer cells. Because I was thinking this is a 3. 1, 2, 3 here. It is a 3. Yeah, and this is a 3. But then this looks like it could be a 4 because of this dotted line. Yeah. I'm having trouble figuring out things. Alright. How can I determine parity in this spot? We know that these two have to be different, and we have a 6, 8, a 2, 5, 8. So that would be 2 of the same and 1 different. A 2, 6, 7. That'd be 2 of the same and 1 different. A 3, 4, 8. And a 4, 5, 6. We know 1 at least has to be different. So why does the hint say you can resolve parity? The total parity. What do they mean by total parity? Oh wait, we do have something here, and maybe that's what this is talking about, is that this is an odd number, so this has to be an even number. Let's just mark it even here, which then makes this odd. This would be, we don't know that to be the case though. This could be also something else. How did we get down? Got down to 3, 6 here, which means this is odd, which means this has to be even, which means this has to be odd. Okay. I'm just going to highlight the important boxes. And on that, we could have 2 odds, or we could have 2 evens. So in what way are we resolving total parity? If this was 3, I mean, if this was 3 here, that wouldn't work. And then the other 2 would have to be even. So that's not a possible combination if this is 3. But if this was 6, then this could be 3. That still would work. Not following. I am not following. The total parity of 2 cells. These are cells. Each square is a cell, joined by diamonds. And the parity between them is going to be 1, in that there's one that's going to be different than the other. This enables parity to be resolved in row 2, column 2, and 8. How? It's talking about these 2 spots. And it seems to be only parity is being resolved here. How is that letting me resolve parity in those 2? When there are opportunities for an even, 2 evens, 2 evens here, 2 evens here. Oh, I guess maybe it's always 2 evens. It is. And so we've learned something new, or at least I've learned something new, that with a sum of 15, it always has to be 2 evens. And maybe that is always the case in general. Let's see. Then let's move over here and see if we can figure this out. If this is a 5, then this would be a 6, and then this would be a 3, which that works fine. If this was a 6, then this would be a 5, and then this could be a 3, 6, but this would have to be a 3, and this would have to be a 6. So let's check that again. 6, 5, 3, 6. That 2 would work. And why was there for a combination of 11? 2 options. If this was a 3, then this would be a 6, 3, and this would be an 8. If this was an 8, then this could be a 3. Well, then this would be a 3, so that'd be a 6, and that would be a 3. So I'm not following along. It doesn't seem like it's the same situation. The killer 9 combination got me down to 1 combination. This killer 11 box doesn't have anything that implies to me what the combination here is. Maybe there is a thing that could be determined here where 5 and 6 would have had to have been here. Well, 2 or 8 does mean a 2 could be here, a 5 could be here. If it was a 1, right. Let's just mark, I guess, the options here. The odd numbers that can be in this section are 1, 5, and 7. The even numbers that can be in this section are 2, 6, and 8, and 4. 3, I guess, is also a possibility. Between that, though, it doesn't seem like that guarantees to eliminate a 6 here. So how are we resolving parity in this spot? Row 2, column 8. We know that the numbers have to be 2 even, because every combination is 2 even numbers. Yeah. Since that's the case, then this has to be 2 odd. So that does get us to that spot. And then we might as well just fill in every possible combination. Seems like 9's not an option. I'm not sure why 9's not an option, but whatever. Yeah. I guess if I'm not sure why 9's not an option, I should probably just bring it back in. See, 15, 159. Oh yeah, we eliminated 159 because there was a dot there, so it couldn't be all odd numbers. Yeah. And then 249 we eliminated maybe prematurely, but we eliminated it because there has to be a 2 here. So, but couldn't there be a 2, and then a 4, and then a 9? No, there can't be. Okay. So then these two options are 2, possibly 4, then 6, then 8. Then what we want to do is get rid of the 4 here because it can't be that. Get rid of the 1 here because it can't be that. Get rid of the 4 here because it can't be that. And so eventually we are just going to get this down, I think, to a parity where whatever this is also going to be the opposite number of this. So it's either going to be a 3-5 or a 5-7 or a 3-7 pair. I suspect it won't be a 3 something pair because we already have a 3 showing up. Okay, what was the rest of this hint? This enables parity to be resolved in row 2, column 2 and 8, row 5, and column 1 and 9. Alright, so let's take this to the next step. if we must have the same kind of numbers, we probably have to have odds. I'm not seeing a combination here that is evens. There was one that had 3 evens. That seems to be the way it works, is that there will be one combination with 3 evens and then the rest will all be odds. Okay. So, if it is the case that they are all odds, those are odd, and that's even. It may not tell us anything more, but it does help me a little bit. Then we look at 16s and see if the combinations are all odds or evens. Let's see, odd, odd, odds. 2, 4, 6, 8 is all evens. That's not a possibility. Odd, 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 and odd. So that's odd, and that's even. So visually it's all balancing out. It also lets us discover parity, I guess, in row, it says row 8, column 2, which is here, and row 8, column 3, and row 8, column 7, and row 8, column 8. Well, we can start with this, I think, pretty easily. Some 14s. We need, I think, them for all of them to be odds. Although I don't fully follow the logic here, because it still does feel like you could have a 2 and a 4 and an 8 here in that case, and in this case what is the extra bit of information that points out that can't be the case? That I couldn't have 2, 4, 8 in this spot. Well, eventually I think this can't be 8, can it? This can't be 8 either. It does bring us down to 2, 4, 6. And then 8 being here, or 8 being here. One of those two almost certainly is 8. Pretty much has to be 8. Okay. I think the logic you take from this is the number of possible odds and evens left, which maybe you can't fully determine what's left. No, I don't think you can determine anything like that. Two, 4, 8 seems to be a reasonable possibility. I could see a 2 and a 4 here, which would then still leave 6, and then an 8 here. 3, 5, 6 also works. 3, 7, 7, 3, 4, 7 also works. So how are we able to figure out the parity of parity to be resolved in row 8 here and here? I don't get it. Is there possibly slightly different combinations for the 16 combinations? If we had no possibility of all odds or all evens, then that would help. Two, 6, 8 is all evens. So if we can just eliminate 2, 6, and 8 as possibilities. Yeah, and honestly I think this is the interface problem as much as it is my problem. See, we're trying to eliminate 2, 4, 8 here, or 2, 6, 8 here, and what I would need to do is see all the combinations here and see what the possible combinations are for these two numbers of these 5 different combinations. One would be a 6 and an 8 here, which would leave a 4. If this was 6 and 8 in one combination, then we couldn't have anything with 6 and 8 both in the order. But we could have something with 8 in the order. Oh wait, no, 6 and 8 here means, yeah, that wouldn't work. Couldn't do that. Put an 8 here and then put a 1 and a 5 there. So in that scenario that wouldn't work. A 6 and 8 in this combination. If I put a 6 here, 1 and a 7 would work. 6 and an 8 in this combination. Put a 4 here, an 8 here, and then a 4 and a 2 there. That would work. Put a 6 here and a 3 and a 5 there. So 6 and 8 as a combination up here seems right. Seems doable. If this was instead 2 and 8, maybe the same situation. A 2 and an 8 and a 4 would work here. And that would be the only possible combination in that scenario. If this was a 2 and a 6, then the possible combinations. And this is very much feels like the arrow Sudokus also, where I couldn't even begin to see all the possible combinations with arrow Sudoku, and this calculator is showing me all the possible combinations. This is 2 and 6. 3, 4, and 7 would work. This was 6 and 8. Then anything with 6 or 8 would be out. But then 2, 3, 9 would work. I'm trying to look at every combination possible. So this was 4 and 8. Then this would be 3, 3, 4, and 8. Probably couldn't balance out for that. We need like a 6 and 4. Yeah, my brain just wants to shut down at this. We're 70 minutes into this puzzle. My brain really just wants to give up and shut down earlier and earlier. I've opened the floodgates on hints, and I definitely have created a situation in which I can barely make 2.5 episodes before I am exhausted. But yeah, I can't even really figure out what they're trying to say as far as evens and odds, and maybe it is more of a case that what they're trying to say is that these numbers have to be the same, and these numbers maybe have to be the same as these numbers, but maybe they don't. But that's what the black diamond already tells us. It doesn't feel like there's a way to be certain that these are odd numbers and these are even numbers. Although I would guess, just by the visual pattern, that these are even numbers. But yeah, that would really just be a guess. Let's ask this question. Maybe this question will help us more. Is there any combination on the 25 combinations that have 4 even numbers or 4 odd numbers? Because we could eliminate those as possibilities. And over here, since we know this is a 3-6 and we don't, let's click on that one. We can make more progress here. So 4 odd numbers. No. 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 All odd numbers here. You know, this cannot be all odd numbers. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Same is true here. Get rid of that number. Combination. Let's see. If this is 3 and 6, then anything with 6 should be eliminated. Which eliminates those possible combinations. Getting down to this. 2 and 8 still is doable. 2 and 4 is still doable. 4 and 8 still doable. We can eliminate anything with 3 in the number too, can't we? We're leaning heavily on being correct that this is a 3-6. Okay. So, if everything's correct now, the combination is 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, which would be 3 odds and 2 evens, or 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, which is 3 odds and 2 evens. Which can we now depict, since both combinations tell us 3 odds and 2 evens, can we now depict how that would play out? The 2 evens could be here, these 3 couldn't be odds then. Okay. So if it is both times 3 odds, then one of these 2 has to be odd, and these 2 have to be odd. It can't be just 2 evens and then 3 odds there. Wait, no. I think that's wrong. Yeah, one of these has to be one of your 2 evens, and then one of these has to be one of your 2 evens. Yeah. So that has to be an even. I suspect it's probably the exact same rules regardless of all the possible combinations, but let's not move with that yet. Then odds, and then one of these is going to be odd and one of these is going to be even, but I don't think there's a way to really determine how that will play out without figuring out some more stuff. And then if these are odds and these are odds, then this couldn't be odd. So not all of these are the same. Can we even determine the same information though? The options here are either 3, 8 or 5, 6. No, nothing can be eliminated from that point, but you can just hope that it's always going to be, in every combination, 3 odds and 2 evens. That is true for this one. That is true for this one. That is true for that one. It's true for that one. Well, it's actually all odds here. True for that one. True for that one. True for that one. I'm trying to look at all these possibilities here. True for that one. True for that one. True for that one. What I'm really doing here is just looking to see if I see 3 odds. And we know 2, 4, 5, 8 probably can't be included. Let's evaluate if that's the case, because that one stands out. This is the only combination that has 4 evens. And then 3, 5, 7 is another 3 odd numbers. So if we can eliminate this combination, I think we can make the same pattern. 2 odds and then an odd here or here and then an even. I might want to double check, but Nah. 2, 4, 5, 6, 8. If this was 5, 6, this couldn't be the correct number. If this was 3, 8, it couldn't be the number. So that one's not one of the possibilities. There might be more patterns in which that also falls down correct. If this was 3, 8, it couldn't be this number. If it was 5, 6, it can't be that number. If it's 5, 6, it can't be that number, but if it's 3, 8, it can be that number. If this is 5, 6, it could be this number. If it's 3, 8, it can't be that number. 5, 6 could not be this number. 3, 8 could not be that number. 5, 6 can't be that number. 3, 8, it could be that number. 5, 6 can't be that number. 3, 8 can't be that number. 3, 8 can't be this number. 5, 6 could be this number. 5, 6 couldn't be this number. 3, 8 couldn't be that number. 5, 6 couldn't be this number. 3, 8 couldn't be that number. 5, 6 couldn't be this number. 3, 8 couldn't be that number. I don't think that fully eliminated all the possibilities, but it did narrow it down more. And it does get us down to the point where it is 2 even numbers, 3 odds, 3 odds, 2 evens, 3 odds, 2 evens, and 3 odds, 2 evens in each case. So a lot of work to just draw parity pictures to get to that far. So if the hint was right about that, then the hint also has to be right about row 8 column 2 and row 8 column 8, but maybe only as far as saying that we can figure out whether this is even or odd numbers, and the way we may calculate this may be a completely different style of logic. Okay. Let's look at the possibilities again. I'm seeing every possibility except for 2, 4, 8 being 2 odd numbers and 1 even number. So that does seem to me like if we can just eliminate 2, 4, 8 as a possibility, we know the parity here. So what we would need is to prove that this either is 2, 4, here being a 2 and here being a 4, or 2, 8 as a possibility. Which, yeah. We have 1, 6, 8 as a possibility listed here, and yet this can't be 1, so this can't be a 6, 1, 6, 8 combination. I probably have 1, 6, 8 marked here as a possibility when it can't be that either. Right. A 2, 5, 8. Could make this 2, 8 and this 5. That seems correct. And then that would get rid of the 248. So that's one combination that gets rid of the 248. A 2 6 7 would give you a 2 6. That would get rid of the 2 and eliminate the 2 4 8. I think in that combination. No, wouldn't. If this was 2 6 7, 2 here, 6 here, 7 here, then you have a 2 6 that then wouldn't. And get rid of the 248. Would it get rid of the 167 possibility? 248, 2 here, 6 here, 4 here, and 8 here. 2 here would still work. 2 5 7 or 3 4 8. Let's look at this. This is 4 8. That would get rid of the 2 4 8 as another possibility. And then 4 6 would possibly, but not really, because then you could have a 2 8 here, and then this could be 4 6. So it doesn't seem like you have to look at the combinations here to eliminate the combinations here yet. Probably we'll do that later. There must be then something more inherent about what we're looking at right now that would get rid of the 3 even numbers as a possibility. If we know that this is an even number, then this could be 2 4 6 8. And then that would be all the even numbers there, and then these could be odd numbers here, and this could be an odd number here, and so that would all fit. If these were instead odd numbers, then you would have 1 3 5 7, and then this would have to be an even number to make up for that, and then this could be 9, or this could be 9 as your last odd number. And then that could be an even number. 2 4 6 8 at that point. Yeah. So spacing wise, I don't think there's a solution here. Is there maybe something about this column that would forbid more even numbers? 2 4 6 8. No, because then we could just put an even number here, and then there could be an odd number there, an odd number there, an odd number there. And I don't want to think about if this is an odd number, that this is an even number, and then that circles back around. Maybe we will have to think about that eventually. If we could just figure out a way to eliminate 2, 4, and 8 as the possibility, it would be easy pickings. And since we can't do that, let's instead look at these possible numbers. And we may be jumping ahead a little bit, but we'll look at these combinations of numbers to eliminate possibilities here. Okay. So, assuming this is all right, then this would be 2 8 for the first combination, with this being a 5. Is that was the case, then this couldn't be it, and this couldn't be it. What are we trying to eliminate specifically, though? We're probably looking for an all odd number group. 169. 285 does not get rid of 169. If we could get rid of all the odd number groups, then we would know it would be 2 odds. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure. Well, you have also 268 here. 28, we get rid of that. What are some other combination possibilities? 26. We'll get rid of that, and maybe that, but not really. Really just get rid of this. 28 and 26 both would get rid of this number. So do every combination get rid of that number? Let's see. 3 doesn't seem like it's a viable option. Well, it would be 4-8 here. And 4-8. Get rid of 1-8, but wouldn't stop that from happening. 4-6. Doesn't really stop that from happening either. So again, the possible combinations here not working yet. So you have 169, all odd numbers. 178, 2 odd numbers. A 259, 2 odd numbers. A 268, all even numbers. And a 349, 2 odd numbers. A 358, 2 odd numbers. A 376, 2 odd numbers, and a 457, 2 odd numbers. So if there was a 268 in this spot, then there almost certainly can't be a 268 here, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah. So you could just guess and assume that neither one is 268, which then assumes that 268 is amongst these numbers, which you really can't prove. If there was a 268 in this row or this row, that might help. Let's look at the possible combinations here. I'm just going to mark them all. It's probably every single number. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Then we can remove the 8 here. Remove the 7 there. That tells me absolutely nothing. Really, I'm just agonizing over this for no reason. I don't think it's like a combination here where if this was an odd number and this was an odd number, so this was 1, 3, 5, 7, could the rest of these all be even numbers? As far as I know, it's possible with my current information. Well, on the hint, I guess we got 3/4 of the way of it done. And I don't know what to mark the rest of this on. The total parity of two cells joined by diamonds. This enables parity to be resolved in row 8, column 2, and column 8. The total parity of two cells connected by diamonds would be 0 in this case, which that means nothing, or at least I'd describe it as 0. Let's just move on to the next set. Now parity can be determined for the rest of row 8. Really? In row 7, column 3, and column 4, and column 6, and column 7, and then in row 9, column 1 and 9, and the block diamonds in box 9. Well, it's not gonna let up, is it? Like, this is all about parity. It's not gonna let me do anything else, and it's not even worth trying to do basic Sudoku because we only have this 8 and 7 solved. Smart hints, not going to be useful. Probably until the very end. Almost at 100 minutes on this puzzle, and I just don't know what to do something different other than bang my head against row 8, column 2, and column 8. The only other move I would think would be to guess. Maybe we could figure something out with this. Is it possible that for the 4 combinations there will never be a 2 pair, or there will always be a 2 pair? No, you have 4 and 8 and 1 and 9, that's 2 even, 2 odd. And then you have 1, 5, 7, which is all odd numbers. And then you have 1, 6, 7, which is 3 odd, 3 even numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if there's all even numbers in one of the combinations. So that's not going to give me any extra information. Generally, I guess I want to see Sudoku puzzles have a couple different ways in which you can solve things, so you aren't just stuck at a dead end. Okay. There's a lot of possibilities here. If this was 2, 8, and a 5 here, could this be 1, 9, and 4? Yes. Could this be 1, 7, and 6? Yes. Could it be 2, 3, 9, 2? No. Just gonna mark that wrong. And I'm gonna just mark everything wrong and hope I end up with only one option left. If this is 2, 5, 5, 2, 8 here, then E. 2, 4, 8 here. Wouldn't work. Just gonna bounce back and forth here. 2, 8 here with a 5 here. 8, 5, and 7 and a 2 here. Wouldn't work. And let's see, 3, a 7, and a 4 with a 2, 8 here. Would work. A 5 here with a 3, a 5, and a 6. Might work. Yeah. Now, instead, if this was 2, 6, with this being a 7, 2, 6 wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. This could be a 7, this could be a 3, this could be a 4. So that might work. If this was a 4, 8, with this being a 3, then this would be a 7, a 3, but then this would be a 4, 8. So then that wouldn't work. And that wouldn't work. So I've eliminated all possibilities. Now, there's a scenario in all of these possible combinations. And then there's not even really any reason to check as far as if this was a 5 and this was a 4 and a 6. Okay. All the other options, I've said it before, are 2 odds and 1 evens. If it was showing me all the black diamonds, I would know then that this would have to be an odd and these would have to be evens. So the question is 2, 4, and 8. Just mark what this would be. 2, 4, 2, 4, and then 2, 4, 8, 8, and 8. If this was 2, 8, then that eliminates 2 possibilities and that wouldn't work. If this was 2, 6 with a 7 here, that would eliminate just 1, 2, and the 2 in 2 places. Should still make this work at 4, 8, and this being a 2. If this was 3, 4, 8, then it wouldn't work. It feels like the hint's wrong, really. It feels like either this combination of a 2, 4, 8 is not possible, or there needs to be a further explanation as why 2, 4, 8 won't fit in this box. Let's do the math here. 8 plus 2 plus 4 equals 14. Yeah. So it does fit the number 14 for the killer part. If this was 4, 6, it would eliminate a 4, but then you could do 2, 8, and 4 there. If this was 3, 4, 8, that's no good. If this was 2, 6, it'd eliminate the 2, but then 2 could just be over there. What does the hint say? Importantly, you can always determine the total parity of two cells joined by diamonds. This enables parity to be resolved. You can always determine the total parity, it says. How? What's the trick here? What's the trick? If this was 248, let's consider the entire box. And I really hope that I'm going to just solve this puzzle as soon as I get past this speed bump. Otherwise, this is going to be rather long. If this is 3 of the 4 even numbers, and you only have a 6 left here, then this would have to be a 6. Which probably doesn't change anything, because then this could be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah. So that seems like that would work. Is it possible then that all of the other options are wrong? If it's not a case that we can eliminate 248, let's evaluate what would it be like if this was 149. We'll just mark that in there. That would eliminate this from being an even number. These would have to be on. So maybe it's just a case that this has to always be an even number. Oh yeah. I'm trying too hard to figure out too much. The hint is not saying that you can figure out whether these are even and odds. The hint is saying that this specific cell has to be an even number, because every single other combination other than 248 has 2 odd numbers, so they have to be here. So that and that are even numbers. Took me way too long to get to that point, and at that level I think I don't think anything's different there for this combination, but we maybe should check. Yeah, 2 odds, 2 odds, 2 odds, 2 odds. 2 odds, 2 odds, 2 odds, yeah. So the pattern visually still is holding up. So that'd be row 8, 2, and 3, and 7, and 8. And we got row 5, 1, and 9. Then we had already jumped to the second hint. Now it says that the rest of parity can be determined on row 8. How is that true? Oh, well. There are 2, 4, 6, 8 are the numbers here. So if I were to take the rest of this, make these odd, I can also go 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 as possibilities. Let's see, can we take this to another step without having to do anything more? Let's get rid of all the 2s, 4s, 6s, and 8s. Since we now know this is an odd number, we can continue coloring and say that's an odd number, and say that is an even number, which if that's the case, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. 2, 4, 6, 8. May not be able to do much more than that. We might be able to look at all the combinations here and see if there's a possible combination that is all odd numbers. Yes, there is. Is there a possible combination that is one even number and all odd numbers? We can, I guess, eliminate anything that has 2 even numbers in it quickly. So that's got to be 1579. Which, let's go ahead and just test that out. If it is 1579, then we don't know what number this is, but we do know that the one odd number that would be missing would be 3. So then that should be a 3. And then this should only have 1, 5, 7, and 9 as a possibility. Making real progress now. And then let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8 at that point has to be the options for the even numbers. We can just mark those as even. What else can we learn before I read any further on the hints? Well, you know, there are 4 odds and 4 evens. If this was an even, then this would have to be an even. Well, wait a minute. We can just do some basic things here. We can say that's an even, and I mean that's an odd, and this is an even. Okay. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 means this has to be an odd. And then 2, 4, 6, 8 I think says this has to be an even. There. which, yeah, probably is worth it to just go ahead and select a lot of these. Mark them. Just 2, 4, 6, and 8. Kind of would be nice in this point to have a button that would just mark even and odd numbers. Then we'll just select the rest of these and mark them as 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And if we have 2, 4, 6, 8 here, and in this case, that's odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then 2, 4 means these are even. 2, 4, 6, 8. So we've just determined a massive amount of parity possibilities. Well, not inherently actually answering any of the numbers. It's really going to come down to the killer numbers and the killer combinations, which it is my hope that we can start to look at these combinations now and see the possibilities. 2, 4, 8 is a possibility here, and literally I think has to be the only possibility in that combination. Yeah, since those are all even numbers, we figured we worked around in a spiral pattern. So get rid of 6, and then make this go ahead and be 6 because that's the only option there. Okay. Now, in this pattern here, we have an option that could be 2, 4, 8. So it can't be 1, 6, 9. Could be 1, 7, 8. Could be 2, 5, 9. Can't be 2, 6, 8. Can't be 3, 9, 4. Can't be 3, 5, 8 because of this 3. Can't be 3, 6, 7. And could be 4, 5, 7. But at least we're making better progress now. I don't think I can do anything more with that. If a 3 has to be in this column, which it doesn't have to be. 3 could be in a few different places. Just basic Sudoku still. We're not ready for those kinds of calculations. Not really sure what the next step would be. We could look at these combinations and find that we were wrong, I guess, because there is not a combination here that includes a 6, and yet the puzzle and my future deduction tells me that that was right? So since we do see a 6 here, and we're willing to admit that we were wrong, we'll just eliminate things that don't have a 6 in them. And that will leave some combinations. We know that this should be an even number. So we are looking for combinations with exactly 2 evens and 1 odd. We're not looking for something with 3 evens. Like this, 2, 4, 6, and 8. And 1 odd, that's not going to work. 4, 6, 8. That still leaves us with a lot of possibilities. May not be able to determine anything else. And I messed up here. If this 6 is right, then one of my very first decisions here had to have been wrong. We have a 9 here, and somehow I had determined that it needed to be an odd number. So we know it can't be 1, 8 because the 1, 2, 4, unless that's wrong. So we won't add that. We know it can't be a 2, 7 because of that. We know that's wrong. We know it can't be a 4, 5 because we know that's wrong. So the 1, 2, 4 here is wrong. Alright, let's step through the logic. 1, 2, 4 is literally the only option. Is this puzzle broken? Is there no solution at all? Just basic. I must be. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. That's the problem. Yeah. I eliminated things on faulty logic. This could be a 1, 8 because it could be 8, 1. So I'm gonna say, just put the possibilities 8 and then 1 here. Not a 1 here. This could be a 2, 7 because let's just mark it this way first and then we'll come back and fix it. 2, 7. This could be a 3, 6. But we'll take the 6 out because we know it's not that. And so we'll also take out the 3 because there's only one combination. That was the only one that really should have been eliminated. And then it could be a 4 or 5. Now, what I did wrong is I should have come in here and then removed 1, 2, and 4 from this square. Which then gets me to the right point. I hope. And I hope my logic as far as whether this is an even or odd here had nothing to do with this. I hope this is solid. If this is solid, then we know this isn't an 8. Which would then eliminate the 8, 1. And so let's assume that to be the case. So this should be 7, 2 or 5, 4. There should not be a 5 here. And there should not be a 7 here. Boy, do I hope all of that is correct. If I made that mistake here, then it's probably an odd number here. And it's worth it to reevaluate all the possibilities on this. Alright. So I'm just going to put in all the numbers 2, 9, 3, 8, 4, 7, 5, and 6. Okay. Then remove 1s, remove 2s, remove 4s. Since we know it's an odd number, remove 6s and 8s. And that should just be all the odd numbers, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay. And from those combinations, we can make a 3, 8. We can't make a 2, 9, so let's get rid of the 9. We can't make a 4, 7, so let's get rid of the 7. We can make a 5, 6. Can make a 2, 9 this way. Can't make a 3, 8 this way, so get rid of the 3. 4, 7 can be made this way. 5, 6 can't be made this way, so get rid of the 5. And then 8, 3 can be made that way. Which these do seem like these are options to be even numbers. This obviously is an option to be an odd number, assuming we're correct, and just hoping I am. So one, 3, 5, 7, 9 as possibilities. Might as well fill in this while I'm trying to think of what the next issue might be. If this is an even number, it leaves only room for one more even number in this box, and then the rest would be odd numbers. That might be helpful later. This column now has only odd numbers left in it, from what I can tell. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8. Make that odd numbers. A lot of extra clicking happening here because of that, because I'm marking every possible odd or even number in the boxes. It really does feel like we're going to fill in all parity before we start to significantly solve the puzzle at all, and we're going to do very little with the killer part of these puzzles. Very, very little. This could be even numbers and then the rest could be odd, or this could be odd numbers and then the rest could be even. So I don't think we can do that column here. We probably can do this column. 2, 4, 6, 8 means that and that do have to be odd. And then means there needs to be one more even here, and one more even here, and one more odd here, one more odd here. I don't think we get any help there, and I think we probably, just for saving time, are going to end up keeping all the coloring as it is, as far as even and odd numbers. I don't think I'm gonna spend the extra time to remove all the coloring at the end. Well, actually I could probably do it pretty quickly. Just select everything and give it both green and orange, then remove green and orange. But yeah. We're going to have some kind of pattern here, but it's probably not going to be that interesting of a pattern. And it may not be that consistent of a pattern. It doesn't really feel like it's going to do like a nonogram and make a picture. 3, 5, 6, 9. If we can figure out if this is even, then this has to be 6 at that point. And we might just be able to figure out the number set here anyways. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 would make everything else even. Guess the move here is probably to just look at these combinations. Right. We eliminated anything with a 7 or an 8 in it before, and that was the correct move, which then leaves us with 3, 5, 6, 9, or 3, 5, 7, 8. Wait a minute, that both has a 7 and an 8 in it. So we could have eliminated that a long time ago, and maybe that would have made things way easier. So we now know it's 3, 5, 6, 9. I feel like we probably did know that, and maybe I just clicked in a crazy way. So let's try a thought pattern here. The even number has to either be here, and this has to be odd, and this has to be odd. So the even number either has to be here or here. If the even number is here, if 6 is here, then this is 1. If 6 is here, and then this is an odd number, then this could be 2 or 4. So I don't think we have a solution yet on that. Oh, we do have an in here, in that this has to be an even number. Okay. And do the rules continue to apply when you have patterns like this? Can I already determine, and could I at any point have determined the parity of this 28 killer block, this Y shape? We have, let's see, 1 even number and 2 even numbers in this combination, 2 even numbers in this combination, 2 even numbers in this combination, 3, 4 even numbers in this combination, and almost all odd numbers in this combination. If we had all odd numbers, we could eliminate that as a possibility, because we know there's at least 1 even number. We can say that 7 wouldn't be here. And 7 is a big factor in this. So if 7 can't be here, and 7 can't be here, maybe that means something. It would mean possibly that of the other odd numbers. No, I don't think I can calculate anything from that. Well, at the very least, I guess I'm kind of happy we're not doing a whole bunch of math, which it feels like every now and then the 45 minus the killer number would come into play, but it's not making you do it every single time you see a killer box. You know that there's going to be 2 even numbers amongst these 3, and then there will be 1 even and 1 odd number amongst these 2, and an odd number amongst this 3. I don't think that changes anything. Feels like we've made a lot of progress, but also, more objectively looking, looks like we've made very little. The problem I foresee here is it's just a case where if you were just needing to determine parity and didn't really have to solve the puzzle after that point, I'd be really close. But since you do need to solve the Sudoku puzzle, and you're only eliminating half of the digits by determining whether something is even or odd, you are still pretty far away. A lot of opportunity here to hit a speed bump, a lot of opportunity to fail. Of all the possibilities, I'm noticing now that this is even. So that might get us a little bit further. If we found that this to be odd and say like this to be even, then this would be even, and then there could only be odd numbers. 1, 3, 5, 9. Could we go across here? Is there maybe a logical thought process that says all these patterns here? Maybe the 3 of these have to be odd because of every combination? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, odd. 1, 3, 5, and 9, 4 odd. If I did 3 odd here and this is even, that can't be the combination, can it? 1, 3, 4 odd, same thing, can't be the combination. 1, 2, 3, 4 odd, can't be that either, can it? I bet there's only one solution here. It must be the high number of evens. Let's continue eliminating. 1, 3, 5, 4 odd, can't be it. 1, 3, 5, 7, can't be it. And then 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's 4 even. We can do 4 even. And then 2, 4, 6, 8. 4 even. So we do now have it down to, I guess maybe that was always the case, I just didn't see it, and even trying really hard to find it, that these all have to be even. And then that doesn't work, does it? 2, 4, 6, 8. It can't be right. Something's wrong here. I shouldn't be able to have. Let's reevaluate before we take any steps further. I was saying, here's the problem. Here's where I made a mistake. This here should be labeled as odd, not even. Should be 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 as possibilities. These here have yet to be determined. Now that we have one odd, can we have then the 2, 4, 6, 8 combination, 4 evens in this possibility? No, because if you had 3 evens here, then you would have 2 odds there, so that's not it. And can we have the 2, 4, 6, 8 combination here? No, because again, same logic. That brings us to now needing 2 evens, and only 2 evens, since we're fairly certain these are odds, which there are 2 evens here, 2 evens here, 2 evens here. 4 and 6 makes 2 evens here. 4 and 8 makes 2 evens there. So these are odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay. That means these 2 are even. 2, 4, 6, 8. So, from that, we should be able to determine something. But I think I'm once again wrong. Wrong about something here. Might have been wrong about assuming that these had to be odds, or assuming in particular that these had to be odds. Because we have a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 point here, which would mean this would have to be even, and this would have to be even, and this would have to be even. Is there any combination where these could be even? Yes. It's either this is wrong, and then this would be 2, 6, 8 in this combination, which might be the case, or this is wrong, and maybe this is 2, 4, 6. But we reach both of those logical steps, I think, pretty easily. So I'm just going to willy-nilly assume that this is wrong and remove that. And is there any way that's accurate? No. But it might be helpful to go ahead and just unmark those anyways. There's pretty obviously a mistake here. Like, pretty obviously a mistake. Yeah, we need this to be an even number and this to be an even number to justify everything else being correct here. And yeah, I am hoping maybe I can solve something else so I don't have to deal with that. If we look at this column, a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 could be here, 9 could be here as far as our last odd number, and this could be otherwise an even number and an odd, or an odd and an even. Same, I suspect, similar situation here. So we won't solve that for a while. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 could be an odd number, could be even numbers. The 1, 2, 4 here, I'm noticing, should have eliminated this 2 a long time ago, and I must have added it back. So let's look at these combinations and see how this would work. This could be 2, then 8, then 5. And if that was the case, these both would be 2s, and these both would be 8s. So it's probably not that combination. Yeah, there might have been a much earlier solution that I've just been missing. This could be 2, and then 6, then 7, but that 2 would create the same problem. So if this was 3, then 4, then 8, that works. So why is 3 not an option here? At some point we determined that these numbers were even when, yeah, 3, 4, 8 here could not then be 3, 4, 8 because of this 8, so that's not an option either. I think it might very well be 5, but then that would be 5. I'm totally wrong about these solutions. Yeah, 150 minutes in, I think I've boned this up so badly that it's gonna just, everything's gonna be questioned here. From the beginning, starting over. Which this, every bit of knowledge based off of this could be wrong too. 1, 3, 5, 9. There's too many. One. No, that could have been something, but might as well get rid of it too. There's just too high of a chance of a mistake here. Very high chances of mistakes. And honestly, I think I'm gonna have to just follow hints just to save time here, just not to waste away my life. Okay, the first hint said you could always determine parity in these specific spots, and I took that to mean something very different, and so that's probably where I made the mistake. The parity here, if we know it's going to be different, means that if this is even, this is odd, and there is a 3 odd number, and then there is at least 1 odd number in every other possibility. So, yes. From that spot, even from the beginning, I was wrong. And that may very well be the only thing you can determine from parity. But maybe you can find something else out in that the others, because they have an odd number, you now know one number is going to be odd in both of these cases. So the idea of 168 is not valid. Then a 249 as a possibility is not valid. I'm just going to bounce back between these two. A 528 is not valid. A 267 is not valid. A 348 is valid. A 357, though, is not valid. 3 odd numbers. And then a 546 is not valid. Okay. And then all of a sudden these 8s might and 7s play a way bigger role than they did before, because obviously 8's not valid and then 7's not valid. So a 159 would be 3 odd numbers, and that wouldn't work, which means we know now that this has to be 3. No, it's not 348 either. Which one is it? Seriously, am I gonna have to do this all over again? We've determined that this has to be an odd number. I'm hoping that's correct. But I may be wrong. I may have been right before. You know what? I don't care anymore. At 160 minutes, let's just cheat a little bit. Okay, do I want to do the next hint, or do I want to just straight up cheat? Let's try to stick with the hints. I don't think it's going to be particularly fun for me to just click here and just try every single number in a box. In row 3, okay, there are even digits in row 3, column 4, 5, and 6. So the other two must be in row 3, column 2 and 8. Parity can now be determined for row 7, 8, 9. Okay. That seems very disconnected there. Alright, it's saying even digits in here, here, and here, which tells you there's 2 even numbers, and since 2, 4, 6, 8, there's only 4 even numbers at all. Somehow I should have solved the puzzle far enough at this point to say that these should be even numbers, which will mark that 2, 4, 6, and 8. Which we can then mark these as odd numbers, I think pretty obviously. And that would be 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. But let's remove the 1 since we know the 1's not there. And let's remove the 2's and the 4's, which that is getting back to 6, 8, which is what this was before. So I may not have been as far off as I thought I was. Parity can now be determined for row 7, 8, and 9. 1, 3, 5, 7. Yeah. Fingers crossed. All of this is correct. And then parity can now be determined in columns 2, 3, and 5. Can we do that? I kind of want to get back to looking at this as far as possibilities. Let's just reevaluate now. It must have a 6 or an 8 in it, so 159 here. It's not going to be it. 2, 4, 9's not going to be it. 3, 4, 8 might be it. 3, 5, 7. It's not going to be it. Okay. And it might just be a case that there are still a lot of options here. We see that it would be 2 odd numbers, as I've labeled it, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe it would be 2 even numbers. So could it be 2 even numbers? Could this be 2 and 8 and then 5? Seems like whatever one might be, the other might be the other. So even if we narrowed it down to 2 options, that might help. So double clicking the backspace will eliminate the coloring on it. Interesting. Learn something new. So, okay. I'm trying to toss out the bad information. Parity can now be determined in row 7, 8, 9. We're hoping that's right. And then columns 2 and 3 and 5. 2, 4, 6, 8. This has to be odd. There. But either I figure out that this is even and these two are odd, or this is odd and then somehow I figure out that this is even, which I don't know how I would do that, or that this is even, which I don't know how I would do that. So everything is hinting towards this having to be odd. I mean even. Assuming this 6-8 part is correct, 159 can't be a possibility. A 168 also can't be a possibility because we can't put a 1 here and then a 6 here, or yeah. 249 can't be possibilities. 258 does seem like a possibility. A 267 seems like a possibility. 8, 3, 4, 8 seems like a possibility. 8, 3, 5, 7, all odd, isn't going to be a possibility. And then 8, 4, 6, 5 seems like a possibility. So if I get it down to that many options, we have 2 evens, 2 evens, 2 evens, and 2 evens. That does mean, and that should just all be the same here, that these were evens, not odds, and I have just gone full circle on how to label those. Just completely full circle. That then makes these odds. Hopefully we relearned everything correctly. That makes this an even. Which then, if you have 2, 4, 6, 8 here, that makes these two odds. And so then that should bring us to column 5 and solve column 5 weirdly. I get why this column would lead to this column, but what leads to solving column 5? Well, one thing that leads to it is I think all this information here is wrong. I think we're going to have to erase it again. Okay. And if it turns out to be right, we'll have to prove it again. Let's see. In this combination, between these two, we know there will be at least one odd number. We need 2 odd numbers to be certain. But we don't need 3 odd numbers. So, if this was even, and then this was odd and odd, then this would also have to be even. We don't have a combination. At least we don't think we have a combination for 2 even numbers. We have only 1 even number needed. So this can't be even. Which seems kind of obvious. So let's just test this. That should mean this has to be 6. And we are right. Good. So we're back on track now. It's going to be pretty easy to say, well, if that's even, then that's odd. That's even. And 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8 should make this odd. Also, and then we probably are in a situation now where, well, it feels like there is some possibility here where you could have, well, you can really only have an even and an odd and an even and an odd. And I don't know if I really know the position here, except for one of them. If everything else is correct, it needs to be up here, and one of them needs to be down here. So we've got like an even odd parity pair, which means regardless there's 2, 4, 6, 8. This has got to be even. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. That would mean these 3 are then odd. I really do feel though that what's going to happen here is we're going to lock down a bunch of evens and odds, and then it still is going to be a very long journey to narrow down the subsets of evens and odds to actual numbers. Yeah. That fills in that, which then would fill in that. Which then, assuming I'm not making any mistakes, fills in that. So we should be fairly close to getting parity completely filled in. But we may not be able to go much further either. We need a even or odd, well, we need an even here or here, and an odd in the opposite position. We don't know about this. But maybe we do know in that this is not 1 anymore. So maybe that helps a little bit. This is not 7 anymore. It might be worth it to take a moment and just see if any basic Sudoku has solved any problems. Because I've been kind of blindly adding numbers without considering whether there was a number there already. We haven't done anything with 4s. We haven't done anything with 5s. 6 here. Can't be 6. What's gonna really suck is at some point they are gonna just have me do killer math and stop doing the parity checking, which has been the only real goal up until this point, is just solve everything via parity first, and then maybe later you'll find a number. This has got to be wrong, doesn't it? Oh, it's all wrong again. This is 6, but somehow this can't be an even number because it, yeah. I mean, this can be an even number, I guess. And then the 1 could be here, or the 1 could be here. Yeah. Alright. I'm jumping the gun here and getting upset that I made a mistake when I really don't think I have made a mistake yet. Parity can now be determined for rows 7, 8, 9, then the columns 2, 3, and 5. That's pretty much as far as we got, and we even, I think, have jumped a little bit further. Looking over the puzzle, it doesn't seem like there's any further steps that I can figure out, though. We could do maybe some math and see that if there's going to be 1 even number here and 1 even number here, then there has to be an even number here or here, but it couldn't be an even number here and an even number here, and then all these be odd numbers, or one of these be odd numbers and then these two be odd numbers. So this has to be an even number. Okay, that then determines by deduction that this is an odd number. Maybe I should have just not bothered to put numbers in and just colored things. I don't think that would have helped too much. And then we know this way that this has to be an odd number. Yeah, you kind of have to mark the numbers in, though, for the game engine to figure it out correctly. Well, assuming this is all correct, we've figured something out. Can we finish the parity test? And I don't think I really love the idea of parity at all as far as this parity crop key. Because if this was even, and then one of these is even, then this could be odd. But if this was even, and this was even, then this could be odd. So I don't think we have the final bit of information we need. Can remove, say, the 6 from there, because we know it's not that. And my eyes are basically just glazed over on this puzzle, so if there was another trick here, say you had a killer puzzle sum that meant it absolutely had to be 1, 2, 9, if we got it down to that point, which is the case, say, for this 2, 4, 8, that would let me remove 2s and 4s and 8s from the rest of this box. But I don't think it lets me get rid of 2s and 4s and 8s from this. If I can get rid of one digit, then it would let me eliminate a 2. If I got rid of the 8 here, then these two would be 2, 4, then that wouldn't be 2, 4. Let's move on to the next hint. A nice recovery, I will say. And arguably, this saying this can't be 5 is probably something we should have gotten rid of a long time as being wrong. The 14 cage in box 7, so this one, is all even digits, so it must be 2, 4, 8. And box 8, so this one let's see, and in box 8, it's just jumping to the next box. The 22 cage must be 1, 5, 7, 9. Okay. That information is not helpful to me at all. We figured that out ourselves. Row 3, column 2 and 8 are 6, 8. Row 2, column 2 and 8 cannot be 6, 8, as row 3's 1 and 9 cannot be 1. How are we getting... Oh. Yeah. Okay, it's saying... I think I figured this out. Row 3, column 2 and 8 are 6, 8. That's right. That's what we have. Row 2's column 2 and 8 cannot be 6, 8 because this number and this number cannot be 1 because of this. I may have figured that out and then gotten confused and reset it back in there. So let's eliminate that. Okay. So they must be 2, 4. Now row 3's column 1 and 9 must sum to 10. It must be 3, 7. Why does it need to sum to 10? If you're reaching... I don't understand the logic here where you're summing the two possibilities together to be 10 and how you get to that. But we'll take their word for it. We'll get rid of the 5s and the 9s. So before we go any further, I guess the question to ask is, of those possible combinations, what are remaining 3, 4, 8 is still viable. 4, 5, 6 seems not to be viable. 3, 5, 7 is not viable. 3, 4, 8 is good. 2, 6, 7 seems viable. 2, 8, 5 is not viable. 2, 4, 9 is not viable. And 1, 6, 8 is not viable. And 1, 5, 9 is not viable. Leaving us with only 2, 6, 7. Okay. And 3, 4, 8. Which makes a lot of sense that that would be the case. That you would have 2 possible options, since you've got to have one correct solution here and then the other correct solution there. But can we take it to the next level? Well, I'm noticing here, if we have a 3-7 pair, 3 and 7 are out the window as a possibility. And that would mean that this combo of 3 and 8 and 4 and 7 are out the window. And then 2 and 9 are out the window for that combination. But it could be 9 and 2 this way. And then if one of these is 6 and one of these is 8, which is the only 2 options, then the I don't even know what I want to mark here. 6 and 8 means the 5-6 combo still is doable. Honestly, it might just be more logical to select all of this and select all of this and this. And I'm just going to say, well, this pair here, no, it doesn't work that way. I almost made a major mistake. I was about to say that because this here and this here is a 2-4 combo, then there can't be a 2 or 4 in either of these spots, and there totally can. So this hint number 5 got me a little bit further, but it does hit a dead end, it feels like, after that. The 6 in column 2 can be placed. Why? Why is this 6 and this not 6? Or why is there another 6 somewhere else here? Oh, I guess there can't be a 6 in these 3 because there's a 6 here. There can't be a 6 because these are odd numbers. And this can't be a 6 because of an odd number, and we eliminated the possibility of this being a 6-2 because this can't be 2. Alright. That gets me to a 6. It gets me to an 8. Come on. 8. And before we go any further, we now know, since this is 2, 6, 7, that this is 2 and that this is 7, and that was that combo. And we now know that this is 4 and this is 3. That was the other combo. And it looks like things now, by basic Sudoku and process of elimination, may just rapidly fall into place. Or at least we may make a decent amount of progress. Of course, I still have to have my eyes scan the entire board to see what maybe has changed, what possibilities are left. If we got all the 2s done, then that, I mean, it's the same amount of progress you'd make in any other case. But if we got all the 2s, 4s, 6s, and 8s done, that might speed up the process a little bit. At least it would feel like it was a sped up process. Yeah, we haven't really placed any 1s. The 2s. 2 in this column has to be here now. That brings the 2s down here. 3s still feel like they have too many possibilities. Although in this column, 3 can't be here. 3 can't be here, so a 3 has to be in this row here. Which then, that brings it down to that possibility being the only one. We'll probably solve a lot of the numbers this way. 4. Can we do anything with 4s? I don't think yet. 5s. Nothing doable with 5s. 6. So 6 can't be here, and it can't be here or here, and it can't be here because this is an odd number, which makes that have to be 6. I am frankly shocked that I've been able to put in so many numbers without being marked as wrong. And for the most part, maybe I've made 2 mistakes in all the puzzles so far, and then there's just been a lot of times where I've clicked the wrong button and then it's marked something as wrong. Which, yeah. I kind of prefer some click protection or something there. It's usually a case where I'm selected on a block and I didn't think I should be selected on the block. Right, we almost have all the 6s if we could just determine where the 1 6 in the middle is. And either I've just not made enough progress in the middle, or the middle is just the last thing we're gonna deal with. See, if a 7 can't be here, then a 7 does need to be here. But yeah, I think that's as much as we can figure at the moment with the 7s. 8 here or here. No telling what an 8 would be here. 8 here or here. 9s. And it's probably not worth it to go through the entire layout again and try and see if maybe now there is something new. But I'll do it anyways, just out of curiosity. So that didn't help me going through it a second time. We still have no idea where the last few parity spots are. And so probably need to research this. Yeah, this will do it. If this is a 5, then that's gotta be a 4. And if this is a 9, then that's gotta be a 2. And apparently can't be a 6 here, so that's gotta be an 8. So there's either a 6 here or a 6 here. This apparently can only be an 8 now. This can only be a 2. 4. 8. You think the puzzle is going to solve with most of the numbers solving with each other. So we aren't going to get like an early clearing of all the 1s, or all the 5s, or all the 9s. You kind of have a 4-8 pair here and a 4-8 pair here. Maybe that means something. 4-8 pair here. Maybe that means something. Or maybe the pairs now don't mean anything at all. The killer solutions finally are coming into play, I guess, as my guess as to what's happening here. So the possible combinations on this had to be 3 odd numbers with a 6 and 1 7 9 was not viable. Which I guess just left us with 3 5 6 9. Okay. So I don't think that killer's gonna work. But this one will, in that we need 2 odd numbers and a 6. So we now know that's not viable, that's not viable, that's not viable, that's not viable, and that's not viable. And then this leaves us with just 1 and 5. In that spot. A 1-5 pair then in that spot removes 1s and 5s from the other positions. So we're reducing the number. This 2 4 8. Still don't know exactly the solution here. If this is 2 now, then we can eliminate this possibility and this possibility and this possibility. It's either 2 3 5 6 9 or it's 1 2 6 7 9. And both of those have only 2 common numbers, or 2 even numbers. Let's see, do we have, if we have 4 and 8 as a possibility in this group, we know that's not right. We know that's not right. We know this isn't right. So that brings it down somewhat. Let's see, if we have a 6 here, that probably doesn't eliminate much more. If we have a 2 in this combination, then it's got to be 2, 5, 9. Yeah. So then we can eliminate the 1s and 7s there, which means we can get rid of the 5 and 9 there, and the 9 there. And if we have a 1-7 pair here and a 4-8 pair and 5-9 pairs all over the place. We're almost to the point where we're really just solving this by basic Sudoku rules. But I don't know if I can do much more. Like the temptation is either going to be to look at this combination and see if something more can happen, or look at this combination and see if something more can happen. I guess what we could do is, if we have an 8 in this cube already in the block, we can eliminate the combinations with 8 in the number. So then that gets us down to 3 possibilities. It's 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 1, 3, 4, 5, 9, 6. And if we know, say that these have to be, if the even number has to be one of these, one of the 2 even numbers, and if we knew 4, 8, and 6 can't be in this spots, 2, 4, and 8 cannot be up here. So 6 is the only number that could be in here. Does that prevent you from having a combination though that is 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9? Maybe. Like, if one of the even numbers needs to be here and it's 2, and one of the even numbers need to be here and it's 4, well, this can't be 4. If one of the even numbers needs to be here and it's 2, and one of the even number needs to be here and it's 2, 4 again, well, then the 2 blocks that. So that's not a possible combination. If one of these is 2 and 6, that doesn't work, but 2 and 6 would work this way. If one of these was 4 and 6, that wouldn't work because the 4 would block this. If I went 4 and 6 this way, well, this 4, 8 blocks that. It leaves us with the possibility, if I've deduced this correctly, of these numbers being 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 9. Just all of those as a possibility. Then we'll remove the 7 from that point, and we'll remove the 2 from that point. There's a possibility here. I guess this could also be 2. But it couldn't be 6. And I would argue this 2-4 pair probably means it can't be 2 either. So 7 could be here, 9 could be here, 1 could be here, 3 could be here, So no 4 here, no 4 here. Assuming this is correct, we know that this and this should be able to have a 4. And then wouldn't be surprised if it could have several other numbers. Let's just say that I'm pretty sure 4 has to be here. 8 is not a concern. 6 has to be here or here. In that row. So yeah, let's get rid of 6 as a possibility there, because that's not valid. But do we know anything else? Or are we scrambling? If this is the solution here that has a 2 in it, well, we know that this solution can't have a 2 here and can't have a 2 in this block. So this one doesn't have a 2 in it. This solution here has no 6. So no 2s, no 6s. This has no 6, this has no 6. This has a 6. So maybe that is valid. This has a 6. This has no 6. This has no 6. This one would be 2 and 6 as far as 2 even numbers, so it seems doable, but no, it can't have a 2 in it. So none of these that have 2 in them could be right. Could this one be right? I think so. So that gets us down to like 3 possibilities. And then could we confirm anything more from that? 5, 9 here eliminates that from being a 9. And would eliminate those from being 5s. And would eliminate that from being a 5 or 9. Definitely feels like we're making very slow progress now. A 4-8 here and a 4-8 here doesn't help any. The one possible combination here is 1, 5, 7, 9. So we know 5, 7, and 9 possibly are here. But 7 could be up here. And then 1 could be down here. Or vice versa. So we're not ready to solve that. Let's see, let's consider these options again. This has a 2 and a 6 in it. Doesn't have room for a 1, a 7, and a 9. Possibly. Doesn't have room for a 2, a 3, a 5, and a 6. And a 9. No, because there's a 3 here that we found at some point. So I'm gonna hope that I did this correctly and hope that that is now correct, that this is 1, 7, and 9. The overlap there still doesn't tell me much, but it does tell me that the 9 is probably not here. And if the 9's not here, then the 9 is here, or the 9 is here. 200 minutes in. I don't know if I should just be applauded for sticking to this puzzle or just chastised for wasting so much time. When we have the internet, we have solvers, people can get to solutions to problems if they want them. It's just a matter of your determination, I suppose, as far as how much you want to entertain or challenge yourself. I guess this is more challenging yourself than I would say entertaining. And yeah, there is certainly something to be said about being over ambitious and deciding to spend way too much energy on things. This 4-8 pair eliminates this from being an 8, and this is all odd numbers anyways, so the possible combinations here of 1, 7, 8 is wrong, and 3, 5, 8 is wrong, and 4, 5, 7 is wrong, which would leave me with 3, 4, 9, which would mean I have to put a 4 here, which I can't, or put a 4 here, which I can't, which tells me this whole combination here of these boxes is wrong. Let's reevaluate. Could this be 1, 6, and 9? Six here would need an even number here, so it can't be 1, 6, 9. Can't be 6 here. Could this be 1, 7, 8? It'd have to be a 1 and a 7 here, and then an 8 here. That does seem viable. Could it be a 2, 5, 9? It'd have to be a 5, 9 here, and then a 2. That's not viable. A 2, 6, 8. Which, a 2 and a 6 or an 8 would not work there. You've got 6 blocking this, you've got an 8 blocking this, a 2 blocking that. Could it be a 3, 9, 4? That does seem viable. Could it be a 3, 5, 8? That does seem viable. Could it be a 3, 7, 6? No. Can't be that. Could it be a 5, 7, 4? Yes, it could be that. So that did not help me as much as I would have liked it to. I think we've pretty much done just about as much as we can do. The 4-8 pair here, the 4-8 pair, if this is accurate, eliminates the possibility of a 4 being here. But it doesn't help me any further. Let's read this hint. I don't know if I read all this. The 6 in column 2 can be placed. We did that part, and I think that's where I stopped reading. Now progress can be made on even digits in several boxes, benefiting from the known digits subtracted from 45. So it seems like things would have to just change now. Okay. Let's try this. Which one would actually benefit at the moment from this? We know that this has to be 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 9. And we know that there's an 8 here. So we kind of don't have to look at the combination. We can just say 28 plus 8 is 36. 36 plus 4, which we know, we're pretty sure that there's not a 4 here or 4 here. 36 plus 4 would need to be 9, which would be 5. 5 needs to be in the box. 5 is not marked here correctly. So there was another mistake. Okay. And so if we now know that this is 4, 5, we can remove a 5 from that spot. We could have removed any 4s. We can also consider the other numbers. We need a 1, and there's 2 spots it looks like a 1 can be. We need a 3, and there's 2 spots it looks like a 3 can be. And we need a 7, and there's several spots where a 7 can be. And we need a 9. There's a couple spots where it looks like a 9 can be, so I don't think that helped me any. The options here are 1, 5, 7. That's pretty obvious. The options here are 1, 2, 4, and then 3, 5, 9. That seems pretty obvious. The options here are 3, 1, and 9. This option probably hasn't been filled in as much correctly. Let's see, we know it can't be a 1. And that just gives you a 3, a 7, and a 9. Also, I guess no, this can't be a 1. That gives you a 5, 9. Also know that that can't be a 5. So that gives you a 9. Alright. And so we may have finally broken the stalemate, or the lack of progression. Now that's a 9. Now that's a 1. Now that's the 5, and that's our first column done. It doesn't seem like we're going to do boxes, really. There's a 5, making a 1, 7 pair, and almost certainly unlocking another thing to unlock. Maybe not. Seems like that stopped it. Everything looks good in that you have pairs of numbers in this whole spot, with perhaps this being the only spot where, no, this could be a 9, this could be a 9 still have kind of a big mess here and a big mess here. This 359 triple. We have a 1 here. A 1 here. I don't think you can just do basic subtraction, though, when you only have like 2 numbers. In many cases, you won't need to do basic subtraction when you have 4 numbers. Which I'm glad for that. I'm glad I'm not having to just subtract from 45 over and over again. If I was to do the math and say add 6 to 2 to 16, that would just give me 24. And so there would still be another 13 numbers and any number of possible combinations to get to 13 in the remaining 4 section. Three 9 here and a 3 9 here pair means whatever this is, this will be the other. 1 5 1 5 3 7 3 7 pair, same situation. So unless something changed on this, we know this is 1 2 6 7 9, or something changed here where we now have more information. We may have more information. If this is a 5 9 pair, then we know we can't have both 5 and 9 in this spot, so that can't be the combination. And can't have a 5 in it at all. So it's got to be 1 3 6 7 8. If that's the case, then the only 8 is here. Let me just make sure I've gotten all the other possible combinations eliminated. If a 5 9 pair means no 9s, so none of those are good, and no 5s, so none of those are good. That's not good, that's not good. Yeah, 5 9 makes it have to be 1 3 6 7 8. In that case, then this has to be 8, and we were correct about that. And that makes that 4, and that makes that 8, and we'll just run around in a spiral pattern, I imagine, solving things on the board. Now I'm not sure though I can fully solve this, because the 7 could be up here, or 7 could be up here, 3 could be up here, or 3 could be over here. 1 could be up there too. So you've got a triple there. From the 3 of these, we know one of these is going to be 1 and 7, so one of these is going to be 1 and 7. 1 or 7. Yeah, let's just skip that for a second and just fill in the easy solutions. Oh, we're making a decent amount of progress again. Guess maybe this is only 5 now because it can't be 4, and we know this has to be 4 or 5. Okay, which makes that only 4, and we have finally gotten our first digit done. Yeah, 223 minutes in. This series will definitely be an experiment on just how long is too long for a video to be. And it may also be just direct documentation of my brain not working anywhere as fast as it should work. Although, frankly, if I really thought I was stupid, I wouldn't be trying to solve a Sudoku, and I would just be cheating, or I'd be solving it completely wrongly, and the game would just be yelling at me. That is a thing where really simplified instructions might also be helpful, because I could see a few people not really knowing how to solve Sudokus at all, and thinking that the goal of Sudoku in this Cracking the Cryptic app is to just put in numbers and get them all to light up red. Like, yeah, because that would be, if you didn't really understand any rules, if you couldn't read English, if you were a baby playing with it on like a tablet, I could see people just saying, well, people thinking, well, I'm getting a reaction when it turns red, therefore that's a good thing. I think this is squeezing me still. Can I put a 9 anywhere else? Yes, I could. Can I put a 1 somewhere else? Yes, I could. One, 2. You know, one of these is an odd number. Is there on some parity check some bit of information we can learn from that? Ah, yes, let's come back and do this. This is an even number. We stopped coloring a long time ago. This is an odd number. Do we have any other numbers that have been settled since we stopped coloring? No. This even number means that either the even number is here or here, but not both. And it means that there is an even number here and here, which, since we can only have 2 be the even number there, let's just double check that. 2 is the only even number here. This has to be 2, which makes that have to be 1. And we are kind of slow to that final step of coloring everything even and odd. I thought that would have been just the first act of this puzzle, and then the second act would have been solving the killer puzzles, and it mostly was that the second act was solving the killer puzzles, but then there was still a lot of Sudoku in the middle and a lot of jumping between the parody crop key and the killer sections. Yeah, if I was going to try and make a game around this that was more gated in its experience, I would try to have some kind of gatekeeping where you would solve part of the puzzle and then you might get a new ability to get new hints from crop key or from killer boxes, and not have those hints even show up until you've already solved part of the Sudoku, instead of just throwing everything in front of you and giving you this blank slate with a bunch of hints. Try to hold the player's hand a little bit more. Yeah, that wouldn't be pure Sudoku, but this is also not really pure Sudoku with all the variants. I guess the same could be said for things like chess. If somebody made a battle chess in modern time, something that was nicely animated and held your hand and told you, just take out this pawn, just solve the puzzle to, in the next 3 moves, take out a pawn. And chess.com had some puzzles like that to just break down longer games into smaller goals. Then you could go on a longer journey in a video game experience to eventually win a game at chess against a computer. There's got to be something more here, but I am struggling to see it. 4 and 5, 3 and 7 and 9. You know the combination for that. You know the combination for this. Everything seems fairly connected. You don't really know the combinations for this one. Let's see. This one, I guess, can't be an 8 and can't be a 9. Can't be a 9. Can't be an 8. Can't be... Oh, wait a minute. It could be all that. It can't be an 8, but it might be a 1, 6, 9. No. I don't think so, though. Could it be a 1, 7, 8? No, because you have an 8 here and an 8 here, so there just can't be an 8 in it in any of the combinations. 2, 5, 9. You can put the 9 here. Could you do a 2 and a 5 here? No, because you can't put a 2 here, and this has to be an odd number, so it could be 5. This could be 9, 5, but this can't be 2. And then 3, 4, 9. Put a 9 here. Put a 3 here. But you can't put a 4 here because of that. So 4, 5, 7. 4 here won't work. 4 here won't work, so it can't be 4. So I've messed up. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong box. I should be looking at these numbers. I was looking at this pattern. So I'm misreading things again. Alright, well, we should be able to figure out with less variety what goes here. You know, it includes an 8, so bring back all of the ones with 8s. And it has to include an 8. So it could be 3, 5, 8. It can't be 2, 6 because we already have a 2 and a 6. And it could be 1, 7, 8. And nothing eliminates anything. There's a possibility there. I wonder if a smart hint would help. Now, let's see, because that's really what I would like here, is just a smart hint. I don't want to have to follow the regular hints further. It says there's a single box. 5 can only go in row 1, column 4. So thanks, smart hint, for highlighting what I was not seeing. I don't feel as bad using smart hints because most of the smart hints seem to be very simplistic hints anyways, that just are going to do the computer vision of seeing something you might have overlooked. Okay. It's me close to being done with 5s. And if I made that mistake once, it probably does benefit me to just look around and see if there are any other places where there is only one possibility. There's the 2s finished. Can move. That is a 3 option. And moving on to 5s. Moving on to 6s. 7s. 7s feel like they might be the last ones we fill in. Then we have a 6-8 pair here. Which, if we have a 6-8 pair here, then wouldn't this have to be 6? And wouldn't this have to be 8? Which then makes that 6. Which then I guess makes that 7. And we can paint in these odd, even, even. One more parity to be painted in, which we can, I think, go ahead and just paint that in as odd. So color wise, that's what the puzzle would have looked like. As far as a pattern, I don't really see one. It seems like if you squinted and stood far enough back, almost any pattern might be recognizable as a portion of a pixelated picture, but in practicality, in reality, it looks like nothing. Yeah, I think that's also an ability that people probably would benefit from developing, is don't have a subconscious Rorschach text always happening in your mind when you see images, and just be willing to admit that sometimes patterns look like nothing. They might be pretty patterns even, but not everything that looks like a cloud is actually a painting of a cloud. A lot of times it might just be a random blur. Let's see. I guess video game players in particular have probably been trained to think the exact opposite way. For generations, we've been told that, like Mario in Super Mario Brothers, the tiny 16 by 16 or 32 by 32 pixel blob is supposed to be a human male plumber, Italian plumber. Or the original Lara Croft from Tomb Raider 1, which is a extremely low polygon model of what was supposed to represent a human, was a Lara Croft adventurer. Of course, we had smaller TVs back then too, so, and less quality TVs, so gamers definitely would have been trained to assume some things. So you have a 7-9 pair here, and a 1-3 pair. I'm losing attention on this puzzle, and so I need to refocus. A 5-9 pair here, which all of those combined has these 3 cute blocks done. This 1-5 and 3-7, and this 3-9 has these 2 blocks done. This 3-9 has this block done. This 1-7 has this block done. So it's all really just boiling down to this spot here, where if we could figure out whether this is a 3, then we would know this is a 1-9 pair, and as such we would be able to spiral around the entire puzzle, which probably means that we need to solve this spot to solve for that, and that may even spiral around to this. Nope. It seems like the focus pretty obviously should be here. Everything else is paired very nicely. It's this one spot that is the linchpin to the rest of it. So we were thinking this was 178, not 268 or 358. So if this was a 1 and a 7, then the 7 would be here and the 1 couldn't be here. Yeah, 178. Or, and you can't have a 7 here. So yeah, a 1 here and a 7 here eliminates this 7 as being a possibility, which then would make it be a 1, and that doesn't work, so that can't be the solution. So it's got to be 3, 5, 8. So 3 and 5. So I guess maybe we'll clean that up. It's possibilities. Okay, now if my logic has stayed together, then this 7, the 1 7 couldn't have been here, therefore the 1 7 couldn't have, the 7 couldn't have been here, therefore the 7 must be here. That seems right. That seems right. And I think we are close to being done now, but we may struggle to find the last few steps as the dominoes fall. Because it's gonna reference something, which is gonna reference something, which is gonna reference something, which is gonna reference something else. Yeah. This is very much a different experience, I feel, compared to like jigsaw puzzles. I don't think there's any real comparison there at all. I would say this is closer to the ironwork style puzzles that you might see at Renaissance fairs, where you'll have a couple of horseshoes connected to a couple of rings, and then you'll have a ring around the horseshoes and you have to manipulate the ring off the horseshoes, things like that. 3D puzzles, I guess is maybe what they're called, although even that description is perhaps wrong. Repetition puzzles, recursive puzzles is what I would describe them as, but it's not what they're called. That's 3. We only have 1 and 5 and 9 left. And I am fairly certain we won't run into any further speed bumps. The last speed bump may just be finding where the last digit, number 9, needs to be typed in. We have all of this box in. We have all of this box in. Here's the number 9. We have all this box in. We have all this box in, all of this box in. All of that, all of that, all of that, all of that. before we do that, just for visual sake, since I've shown you what the parody coloring was about, let's show what the puzzle would look like without the parody coloring. And I think green and orange was probably about as good as an option there. We could have gone red and green and more Christmassy in its visuals. Yeah, and I would say that feels like that is the first time where coloring in things actually did help, whereas a lot of times when I've colored in things, they've helped for a little bit, but then they've gotten very visually distracting. I definitely would prefer to be able to tweak these colors or have a color picker or just even a way to go into settings and change the things. There might be a config file you could change to change the color properties here, but that's not really a valid solution. Anyways, 243 minutes it says we've been going. Let's finish this. It is way too little fanfare, and I don't like that it highlights the number, the last number you put in anyways. It feels like what it's doing there is it's taking a screenshot of where the puzzle was and what position it was in last, which perhaps it should take a screenshot or check in its programming whether it needs to take a screenshot because the puzzle is solved before it runs the function to highlight numbers that have been inputted, or area of effect numbers. Cuisinaire rods, I have no idea what that name means either. I'll just leave it at that. Alright, and so that was puzzle number 11 by Brimster. Next time we'll do a sandwich XV Sudoku, which maybe that'll be a bit different and interesting, although I vaguely recall not really liking the sandwich Sudokus. Time on these is just getting longer and longer. Like I was complaining at 150 minutes for these early puzzles, and now we've just skyrocketed as the difficulty has gone up into the 200 range. And the puzzles get even more difficult later. It's like, I don't know why you would give the free puzzles to be all the most difficult ones you could find. Perhaps it's just a internal sadism from Cracking the Cryptic and Studio Goya, or perhaps it is just a thing that the passionate fan base of Cracking the Cryptic really wants to try and play along on the most difficult puzzles. But yeah. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.